Welcome into the hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. You're welcome to come on in and have a seat on the far right side of the hot shop here. We have Levi and Eric making some production work, and then we'll get started creating today in just a moment here in the hot shop. So as he goes into that reheating chamber to heat the glass up, it allows it to become very malleable. Then he'll go into that mold there, blow into the glass just a bit to expand the bubble to take the shape of the mold. And then when he comes out, you'll have a carafe that he's knocking off onto the Lazy Susan here. And these are going to be used for probably local like establishments, like maybe like restaurants, to be able to use for mixing drinks. So that pot there is the furnace. and it's where the how the glass starts. They gather all the glass there. It's almost like dipping into a jar of honey. And then he dips it into like that really pretty black color that fades into clear to change it from the surface from being clear to black. So he dips it in a powder glass. Welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Friday. On the right side of the Hot Shop this morning, we have Eric and Levi making some crafts. It's production style glass making. So he'll blow into the end of that pipe there to create a bubble. It looks like it's orange because it's hot. Really, it's just clear. And as we continue to gather over this clear bubble, we'll then add some color to the surface to make it black. We'll add pulverized glass color, which is black. He's just cooling that bubble down with a bit of air to be able to gather over it. So he wants it to be nice and chilly before we gather over the bubble again. And then into the furnace, he'll go and rotate. The glass inside the furnace contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself naturally. And then in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out wood that has been soaking in water to protect the surface of the glass and the integrity of the wood. The block allows for very even walls to be shaped on the outside of that bubble, so when we blow into the glass, when it expands, it'll be even. You need to have even walls. If you don't have even walls, the piece could become too thin and fragile at various points, which could compromise the integrity of like the entire piece. So if the walls ever get too thin, they can naturally fold, and you don't want a picture with a crease in it. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So now he's rotating the clear bubble into the colored glass there. And this is how he gets that ombre effect. Glory hole, not the furnace, the glory hole. Thank you. So as you can see there, the reheating chamber that he constantly puts the glass in and out of is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within this barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. So as you can see, Eric will rotate that rod the entire time they are creating. That rod must constantly be rotating. If not, the hot glass will want to naturally slide towards the ground due to gravity. Now the next step will be to get it super duper hot, let it naturally stretch out, and then, oh, not yet. It'll be after this blocking. The best part is when they go into the mold though and blow it into the shape it'll be. Okay, so now we're gonna get it super hot and let it stretch out, and then the bubble will become more of a oval in opposition to a circle bubble, and then it'll go into the mold. He'll blow into the pipe, and as the bubble expands, it'll take the shape of a natural pitcher. Can we see the furnace diagram? So, as Eric dips into the furnace, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. It's wiser for us to keep the furnace on rather than to turn it off because it takes about a couple days for the glass to heat up and it takes a couple days for the glass to cool down. So instead of turning it off and on, we keep it on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It actually saves us money to keep it on. Thank you. So every time that he knocks a piece off of the pipe and then puts it into the oven, it needs to stay in the oven overnight to cool down. And so that means it needs to be able to come back to room temperature gradually. So the heat needs to decrease to prevent any sort of thermal shock. The oven is set at 890. And so when the piece meets the oven at 890 degrees, it'll bring it back to room temperature. And so we're carrying it, we're annealing it so we don't ever run into breaking, so cracks. So as we constantly take glass out of the furnace, those 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass that rest in that furnace don't naturally just replenish themselves. We have a technician here in the hot shop who has to recharge the furnace, which means that as we work throughout the week, if the levels start to get too low, when we dip into that furnace, it's already knuckle biting enough, but it basically just kind of takes the whole hand, right? Because you have to dip further down into the furnace to gather the glass. So every week or every other week, the hot shop technician will refill the furnace with glass. And so can we see the charging the furnace video to learn how we get glass inside of the furnaces here in the hot shop?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you all are having a happy Friday. It's nice and sunshiny outside. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. We'll get started in just a moment. On the right side of the Hot Shop, Levi and Eric are working away making picture crafts. And those are production style mold blown pictures. So that process looks the same as anything else we do here in glass. We'll work in and out of the reheating chamber. The glass looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be a really pretty ombre black, fading into clear. He'll go in with that block that's been soaking in water. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as he goes in and out of that reheating chamber, it'll help bring the glass back up to a really high temperature to make it malleable enough to continue to expand the bubble or get some shaping in that needs to be done to achieve the final piece. And so that glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. And then when he's done, he'll go over into the mold, blow into the hot glass, which will expand that bubble. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, on the right side of the Hot Shop, we have Levi and Eric working on crafts. And those are mold blown pitchers. As you can see currently, he's just curing the top of this pitcher to be able to remove it from the blowpipe and put a little bit of water there. And then he'll be able to tap it off onto the Lazy Susan. The water will help detach it from, or create thermal shock to help detach it. No. So now it has to go into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. So the reason why we have to put glass that's made in this environment into the annealing oven to cool down overnight is to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So that oven rests at about 890 degrees. And so from that temperature, it'll bring it back down to room temperature. So all the things we do here when making glass typically start in the furnace. This is where all the hot glass is held. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll dip those rods into the furnace and rotate. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So he blew a bubble into the end of the pipe, which will expand. Or he blew air into the end of the pipe, which will go out of the end of the pipe into the glass, and it'll expand to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then into the reheating oven will go. This oven is only designed to keep the glass nice and hot. There's only heat in there. We'll go in with that block. The block there is a piece of wood that's been carved out to create a shaping tool for the surface of the glass to create even walls. It's soaking in water to protect the wood and the surface of the glass. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So every year we have an annual gala, and that gala is known as Red Hot. And Red Hot is where we make these really beautiful decanters and then two goblets to accompany the decanters, and they're available for purchase to help support the Museum of Glass. And so right now we're going to make a decanter. This decanter has this really cool finish on it known as scavo to give it more of like an ancient, as if we kind of dug it up. The theme is apothecary, so we're going with the apothecary mystical forest vibe. So here is what we're making at the middle bench. So he'll go in and carve into the glass and stretch it out to get this beautiful neckline. She'll blow into the end of the pipe. If we have any of our past goblets and decanter sets, feel free to show them on the big screen for the guest. He'll go in and shape with those papers. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that has also been soaked in water. And as you can see, as we've blown and guided the glass by hand, we've created the shape that we need to be able to have probably upwards of almost, let's just give a guess of about 100 of these decanters, and they'll all be very similar. And that's the beauty of the team, is they can make the same thing over and over and over again. It's important that we shape the bottom before we can clean up the top, because as we shape the glass and manipulate that bubble, some of the air seeps out, and so we have to be connected to the air, so the blowpipe, in order to reinforce any of the air that seeps out while shaping. So we shape the bottom before we can work on the top. So when the glass is ready, well, it's nice and cool. We're gonna add on an additional bit. Right now, we'll probably start with the foot, and that means we'll add a bit of glass to the bottom that has some coloring to it, which means we dipped it in a bowl of chopped glass or crushed glass, which is known as frit, to add pigment to the glass. The tools that we use during glass making are actually designed for the process specifically. So he'll go in with his diamond shears, and in one snip, he'll be able to remove his hand from those high temperatures and that additional pipe. So we'll go in with the shears, and in one snip, we'll cut in a great 360. We'll give it a flash to make sure that part there is nice and hot. So then when we're able to, we'll be nice and ready, and the glass will be well tempered. So when we put water on that jack line, it'll set in, shock the glass, and it'll help it remove from the pipe. So the connection point for the transfer rod will go onto the bottom. A little water. So here at the center bench, we are making carafes. Decanters. The decanters will be accompanied by two goblets. The goblets are here on the podium. These goblets and decanters are for our annual Red Hot Gala. So now we'll bring over the bit of glass that will function as the handle. Each piece that is a different color from the body is added bit by bit. On the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are working on crafts for an establishment in Portland. So they're just making pictures, production style pictures that are mold blown. So all of the glass that we use here in the hot shop comes from the furnace. The furnace is where all the hot glass is held. And then all the glass inside of the furnace, when it comes out, it looks orange because it's hot, but it's clear when it cools down. So currently, Levi's rotating the hot clear glass in chopped black or crushed black glass to give a really pretty ombre. And then now here what we're doing is we're adding texture and discoloration to the surface. This is called Scavo in the powder booth. And Scavo is what we use to create this technique. So you can see we sifted on in an enclosed environment. The theme of this year's Red Hot is more like the apothecary theme, mystical forest. And so after they melt the Scavo onto the surface, it'll kind of look like we dug it up. It'll have this really, really cool ancient, almost like film over the top. So you have to add some on, heat it up, add some on and heat it up in a process to where it covers the surface of the clear glass properly. We'll put a little bit of water on those, on the connection point there. It'll shock the glass. We'll give it a hot torch on the bottom. We can give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We'll be making decanters and goblets. We'll be making decanters. Another decanter. We'll have to achieve a good amount of these for our Red Hot Gala. Can we see some of the past annual Red Hot Gala decanter and goblet sets? So we'll dip into that furnace to make another mold blown pitcher. So can we see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. Hot glass likes to stick to hot glass, and it also likes to stick to steel. The glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. So everything looks bright and orange, but when it cools down, it'll be clear if you don't add color. Thank you. So there's some pieces here in the hot shop. So we added color to the pieces you can see, to the body or the bits. The goblets here have little dots of color in the stem, but as you can see, they're clear throughout. So when the glass cools down, it'll cool back to clear. But for the pitchers that they're working on the right side of the hot shop, they're going to put a little black glass at the bottom, and it'll fade into clear. So as you can see, we start by dipping into the furnace, blowing out that bubble, expanding the bubble, and the bubble is the catalyst for hollow things made in glass. And then we'll work in and out of our glory holes. Our glory holes are designed to keep the glass nice and hot. The glass has to stay above a certain temperature while we're working to prevent any sort of shock. We've already started another decanter here. The decanters are decorated with colorful stems, a button that is the Museum of Glass logo, and then a foot that also has color. The color comes from crushed glass, which is known as frit. Frit adds pigment because it's this color when it cools down, but when added it looks black because color holds heat in different visual ways. If you guys have any questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to shout my name, and I'll be happy to answer your question. Our glass, when we recharge our furnaces, which means that we have to refill with that clear glass, is we buy it from Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina. And then our hot shop technician refills those crucibles up to those high levels. And, you know, it may seem like 1,000 pounds is a lot of glass, but for the amount of work we do, we recharge the furnaces once or twice, you know, like every 2 weeks. So maybe a couple of times a month we're recharging our furnaces, maybe once a week. So it just depends on the level of production, which is here often like very high production rate of making items. So we'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. The block is black because it's been charred by the high temperatures over time. The water protects the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass. So we'll go in with those papers and she'll blow in, or he'll blow into the end of the pipe there. We'll carve into the end of the pipe there. That's a jack line. We need to carve in a good jack line to be able to remove the glass from the end of the pipe. He'll use his calipers because when we mass produce these, we want them to be similar in shape and size and design. Because, you know, everybody will want one and they need to be the same so they can all have one to take home. So now Sarah will bring over a bit of glass, which will function as the foot after it's shaped. He'll go on with the diamond shears. The diamond shears cut in an even 360 to remove his hand from the high temperatures and the glass just in one snip. So when we make objects here in the hot shop, we have to work the bottom before we can transfer it off, and clean up the top. So everything that you're watching, it can be a little bit confusing because they're working with foresight. So we have to shape the bottom while we're connected to the air so we can reinforce the shape. Due to shaping and manipulating the glass, it kind of seeps out. Some of the air will seep out. Or even if we just need to expand the piece and make it larger, we want to be connected to the air because it'll be easier to enhance the shape. So we have to work the bottom and shape the bottom before we remove the piece from the blowpipe to clean up the top. So you're watching them make this decanter that's on the table upside down before we flip it right side up. So that's why we always have to carve in a jack line. That jack line that we carved in indicating the end of the piece and the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece is where we put water on the jack line to flip it right side up. Can we see some past Red Hot decanter and goblet sets for the visitors who just made it into the hot shop? So every year, Museum of Glass has an annual Red Hot Gala that raises about 50% of our operating funds. This night is dedicated to glass art and the museum, celebrating the museum itself. So every year, one decanter and two goblets are adorned on the table to be able to be for purchase, and they help raise funds. And you get to have an exclusive set made by the Hot Shop team. So Levi's putting heat around the jack line. He's going to put a little bit of water. The water will set in and create shock. When he taps the pipe, it'll release due to the water shocking the glass. He'll put a little torch on the top of that just to cure the top, smooth the edges. And then he'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. And he's making pictures, crafts for a place in Portland. That annealing oven rests at 890 degrees to be able to bring the glass down catch it at that temperature and then bring it down overnight. So it starts off with this little bubble that you'll see up there on the big screen, and that little bubble is blown into the mold. Can we see the reheating chamber diagram? So these glory holes that we go in and out of, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire bricks that line this barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. We do turn these ovens off at night, and then we turn them back on in the morning when about an hour before we get ready to work. It takes about an hour to get up to that 2,300 degrees, which seems like a long time, but it happens pretty quick when you're setting up, gathering your blocks, shaping up your papers, soaking your papers, getting all the tools you need. Thank you. If you're ever interested in what's happening in the hot shop, but you can't make it back, in person here in the museum, you're always welcome to go onto our live stream on our website. Click the hot shop tab, and you'll be able to see what's happening here anytime. So this bit will be added on as the handle. Flip it, let it chill just a little bit, set itself up. It was placed on very hot. And then as it cools down, we'll be able to place it on to the body. So we'll keep the bottom portion of the decanter nice and hot. For those of you who just entered, welcome to the hot shop. We are making a decanter here that's on the table. We're more so almost finished, but we haven't yet added the surface enhancements, which means that we'll get it nice and hot in the reheating chamber. Those glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees. There's no fire, there's no molten glass inside of them. There's only heat. So we'll get it nice and hot, and then we'll take it over to the powder booth, and they're going to sift Scavo onto the surface. And Scavo gives it that ancient dug up vibe. So now, as you can see, the hot glass that's gathered from the furnace is nice and orange, and it's very, very hot. Levi and Eric are going to stretch the glass across the floor, and that's why we have this ladder here. This technique is called pulling cane. Cane will give us pattern in the surface of the glass. It'll give us lines of pattern. So we sifted some Scavo onto the surface of the glass, which will give it, it'll look white right now, but when it cools down, it'll look similar to the surface of the decanter there on the table. The vibe of the annual gala for Red Hot this year is like fairy tale, mystical forest, apothecary theme. So we kind of want it to look as if it was enchanted or dug up, but precious. Stretching the glass out is kind of like when you have Laffy Taffy or some sort of sugar. It cools down very quickly as we stretch it across. So it's getting tighter and tighter as we walk backwards, and that's because it's cooling down. It's always fun to watch cane be pulled out. So after we remove the decanter from the pipe, we have some fifth graders in the hot shop. I think it would be great to show them the Kids Design Glass video to learn about our Kids Design Glass program, but not yet. Let's take the piece off the pipe first. So we'll put a little bit of water on that connection point, which will create thermal shock in the environment. Sarah will grab it, tap the pipe, and let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. No. Alrighty, so for my fifth graders in the audience, let's see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more and to inspire you all to create like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So you can find the kids' design glass sheets out in the grand hall on the table in case you want to take a master copy and duplicate it for the students, or they can all take one home if they'd like to enter into the program. So now Levi gathered some glass over a bar of color, and he's going to try again to stretch out glass over the ladder there. For those of you who are just getting here, I hope you're having a happy Friday. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We have been making decanters this morning similar to the one on the table where Levi is rotating the glass, the hot glass. The decanters are being designed for our annual Red Hot Gala. So we'll have one decanter and two goblets similar to the goblets on the podium here in the Hot Shop. So we've gathered glass at the end of the pipe there, and we've blown into it to create a bubble. That bubble is the catalyst for all things hollow made in glass, whether it be big or small. There, we're going to blow into the end of the pipe again to expand the bubble as he goes in with the papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, and he'll guide the glass as he shapes. We'll go in with our jacks and carve into the glass, and we'll slowly pull to the right to elongate the neckline to create that really beautiful neckline. He'll blow into the glass in a moment to expand the bubble. So these guys, they're pulling out cane, and Levi said it's just right now for color test so he can achieve his official design, and he's just figuring out what width or what width he needs for the cane to be for the final design. We have to lay it on the ladders here to just continue to cool down. It's not black. It looks black because it's hot. So if you look up at the big screen there, we're going to carve in a line of tension. We'll carve into the glass. This point here will help us indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Did I already show you guys the canters and goblets? No. Can we please see some of the past Red Hot decanter and goblet sets? So now we'll go and add an additional an additional piece of glass to the bottom, which functions as the foot. We'll go on with our diamond shears, which cut in a 360. So one snip will remove his hand from the heat and that additional rod with all the glass on it. We'll shape the bottom of the objects that we make here in the hot shop before we're able to clean up the top. We'll attach an additional rod to the bottom of the piece there. Put a little bit of water on the jack line we carved in earlier. That jack line creates a weak spot in the glass. So when you hit the weak spot with water, it'll create thermal shock. That's all positive because we want the glass to naturally be removed from the end of the blowpipe. We have to give it a little flash there because when we put the water on that jack line, we want it to really set in. So we want it to be really hot so when the cold hits it, it sets in. A little bit of water, tap the pipe, and the glass releases from the end of the blowpipe. To have an idea of why Levi and Eric are pulling out cane, it would be super helpful if we could see one of the cane roll-up videos to help the visitors understand what the cane is used for. So if we could potentially see Trenton's roll-up video, that would be helpful at any point in time. And then I'll narrate what's happening on the video just to help them see a little bit better. So, could we see one of the cane roll-up videos, please? So you'll see up there on the big screen when the cane is all cut down, it'll be lined up, and it'll give us these really cool line patterns on the surface of glass when it's rolled over a clear bubble or a color bubble. So today we are just working with clear glass that we're just going to sift a little bit of what we call scavo, which makes the glass look like it's been dug up, so it changes the surface. But the way that we added color to the hand and the arm and the foot and the little button was by rotating clear glass into what we call frit, which is crushed glass. And so can we see the frit diagram? So frit is little pieces of glass that have color, and they will be able to add color to the surface of the glass. And then if we could see the Frick diagram, after we see the Frick diagram, I can show you guys a video of another way that we add color to the surface of glass. And like I said, we're doing scaba, which is a powder. So I guess today we should watch the powder video to learn of a different way we can add color to the surface of the glass. So could we see the powder video to see how color is added to the surface of glass?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So we'll go into the powder booth, and this powder is what what gives that ancient, dug up, precious but old vibe that we're going for. So the powder booth is an enclosed space because, of course, we have to be careful. We don't want to inhale any of the powder because it's glass. Around the 1 o'clock hour, about 1 o'clock, we will take a lunch break and do it all again. And then we'll go into the reheating chamber just to make sure that that powder is on the surface and kind of like, stuck to it. So we'll melt it in a bit. Put a little bit of water on the back of that pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. And so this allows the glass to be in an environment where it's kept safe without having to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So we have just a few minutes before we go to lunch, so we'll make one twisty cup and then we will take a break to have some lunch and come back in about 1 hour. So this process will start by heating up a steel pipe and dipping it into the furnace, rotating that pipe, and gathering glass. We'll gather the glass, shape it on the table there. The marboring table helps cool it down. And it also guides the glass off the end of the pipe towards more so the tip of the bubble to be able to blow in and cap it and create a bubble. So as we blow into the end of that pipe there, he dipped it into the kind of like it's a mold that creates ridges like a Ruffles chip. And so the ruffles, the ridges, they chill into the surface. And then as they blow into the bubble, you can work a cup a lot quicker than other things because it's just one body that's being shaped of a piece. So we'll paddle the bottom. So now we will add a transfer rod to the bottom to be able to open up the top of the cup to make it drinkable from. After this cup, we'll take a lunch break and come back in about 1 hour to do it all again. After lunch, we'll be making the goblets, either style, on the podium until 5 o'clock. And if you can't make it back here, but you're interested in watching or learning what's happening in the hot shop, you can always go on to our live stream. We always stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So you can always watch what's happening here in the hot shop when we are open creating. And we're always creating something different every day. And I think that's where all the magic happens. put a little bit of water on the bottom. We'll tap it off and take it into the annealing oven where it'll cool overnight. Alrighty, friends. Let's give them a big round of applause. And we'll be back in about 1 hour after lunch. You guys have a great holiday weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. See you in about an hour.
welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC today. So if you have any questions that come up while I'm kind of directing you and teaching you about the process of our demo that we're going to be doing today, let me know. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. So you might notice that we have some glass blowers off to the side here that are working. So Levi, who is sitting at the bench, is actually renting this bench in our hot shop. So this means that he's working on his own kind of individual work off to the side. Right now they're testing some colors for a project that they're going to be doing later in June. So sometimes we have artists come in here frequently and they'll just be kind of working off to the side on their own solo project. And so that's what you'll kind of catch a glimpse of over here. Meanwhile, in the center with our museum glass blowers, we're going to be actually doing some goblets. So you might notice on the podiums, we have some of these goblets on display right now. We do an annual auction every single year in the month of September where we actually auction off these goblets. So we make about 50 of them, and they are all identical. So we've been kind of prototyping, as you would say, to figure out which one is going to be this year's goblet. So we'll be starting on that in our center bench in a moment here. Again, it's for our annual Red Hot Goblet auction. If you want to get a closer look at these goblets that we have on display, please do. I feel as if when you get a little bit of a closer look, you can see all of these really individual detailed parts that go into a goblet. Oftentimes, they just look like fancy cups, but they actually have very particular parts and pieces that have to be stacked on top of each other to form the goblet. So yeah, you'll be able to see we're getting started on the top half, which is what we call the cup of the goblet, and it's actually composed of two different parts. It's going to be the actual cup that we all, can identify pretty easily, and then this kind of bottom part here that's attached to the cup is what we call the avolio. It kind of looks like a little bit like a dumbbell, and it's pretty challenging to add on. Everything that we're adding is very thin and delicate, and so our glass blowers make it look simple and very effortless, when in reality the art and the skill of goblet making is extremely challenging and is definitely by no means a beginner level form of glass blowing. So you'll be able to see kind of their effortless flow back and forth as they make these goblets. Usually we start by prepping the top half only. So you might notice actually on this podium, we have some of these cups like pre-made. So we'll make this part of the goblet first, and then we'll put it into this big silver box in our hot shop. It's what we call the garage, and it keeps our glass at this kind of perfect in-between temperature. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is really hot, but it's actually a perfect temperature for the glass to not get too hot or too cold. So it's not going to crack in any way, and it's not going to reshape itself. So it can literally just hang out in here for as long as we need it to, and then we'll pull it out when we're ready, once we've made the stem, so the bottom half of our goblet, and we'll attach it on. So you might see this kind of cup silhouette get made a couple of times over before we actually start making the rest of the goblet. So again, we already have that blown cup shape that's still attached to our blowpipe. We just added a little tiny bit of glass onto the end. This is what's going to become that avolio that I was talking about, that kind of joint connector piece where eventually the stem will meet the cup. But while we watch our glass blowers, I'm going to give you a quick overview of our hot shop, just so you know kind of everything that we're using and what's really important. The first thing that I'm going to point out is our glass furnace. So there There's 2 of them in our hot shop, and they have these doors that open and close on them. You might have already seen our glass blowers going inside of these furnaces with their pipes. But you can see that they kind of have these doors on them, and they're shut right now, but they hold about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. And they never get turned off. So we keep them running 24/7. Because you can imagine 1,000 pounds of hot glass, if we were to let it cool down at the end of each day, it wouldn't heat up in time by tomorrow morning. And so we keep them on all the time. We also kind of rotate between the 2. You can see one of our glass blowers going into that glass furnace now, actually. And you'll notice how he actually kind of rotates his pipe when he's inside. And that's so that we can get what we call a gather. So this is getting a fresh layer of glass onto your pipe. And now he's able to start working with it on the table, start rolling it out, start shaping it, blowing into it, all the things that we do to create a bowl or a cup or a plate. So yeah, that's where we start. The glass furnace is extremely important. Without it, we wouldn't have glass to work with. And all the glass that we're getting out of the glass furnace is completely colorless. So it's completely clear. It looks like it has some sort of color to it. That's just because of how hot it is. So since it is above 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's going to look like it has this kind of yellow-orange color. But in reality, as it starts to cool down, it'll show up completely colorless. To check back in with our center bench here, you'll see that we've added on that joint piece, that Avolio. And we're going to go ahead and switch onto a new pipe now. So we're going to be able to expose the opposite end of the glass. This is so that we can actually open up that cup. So you can see just how easily and quickly he's able to break it off of that pipe simply by just sending vibration through the pipe. It allows it to actually break at that location. Now he's going to go in, adjust it a little bit, and then we're going to start to see him actually open it up from that leftover hole that we have from the blowpipe. Another important thing in our hot shop is going to be what we call the glory hole, or also the reheating chamber. This is the big round furnace that's kind of glowing and roaring at you right now. This is at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's what allows us to keep working with the glass. If we didn't have a way to reheat our glass, we would have broken glass. We wouldn't have anything to actually work with. So this is our way of heating the glass back up to a state that allows us to work with it, to manipulate it, to change it. And you'll notice that he's spending quite a bit of time inside of this glory hole right now, specifically trying to heat up that opening. So you'll see that it's a little bit hotter now, and he's going to start to pinch at that opening that we have to the cup of the goblet. And then actually go in with these shears, basically fancy metal scissors that we can use on glass, and trim away anything that he just kind of pulled and separated away. So we've gone over the glass furnace and its importance. We've talked about the glory hole, and we've even mentioned the garage. So again, big silver box here. I like to call it the waiting room. It allows us to kind of just put glass in here that we're going to need a little bit later, and it keeps it safe in a controlled environment where it's not too hot, not too cold. You'll see right now we're actually adding a lip wrap onto our cup of our goblet. And if you want to see kind of an example of how that'll turn out once it's cooled down, we actually have the lip wrap on these goblets down here. And you can see there's a very thin line of this darker color on that lip. I think the last thing that we'll discuss in our hot shop is what we call the annealer. So you might notice these big black boxes on either side of our hot shop. And then we also have these smaller ones kind of up towards the front. these are really important because it's where we put our glass once it's finished. So when we finish something, we put it away into the annealer where it can slowly cool down. So again, if we were to allow the glass to cool down in this environment that we are currently in, it would cool too quickly and it would shatter. So we put it into the annealer where it can slowly cool down, usually overnight, so about a 12-hour period of time. And it goes from about 950, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and ticks down very slowly until it reaches that room temperature, about 70 degrees. So it's really important. They are huge for us to be able to have, you know, all of these glass things on display, all the glass stuff in our gallery has to go through this process to be able to then be presented. Without it, the glass would shatter and we wouldn't have anything but broken pieces. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. What's the fuel? We use natural gas. So pretty much, I think everything in here that you're seeing is natural gas. Not most things are electric. I think our, you know, like certain things in here will be plugged in. But the furnaces, the big guys, are actually natural gas. No, so the only thing that runs 24/7 in here is the glass furnace. So at the end of the day, we turn off the big round chambers, the glory holes. We turn those off at the end of the day, and they preheat in the morning, kind of like your oven does. We, you know, push some buttons on this little control panel. We tell it to start heating up, and then over, you know, a certain period of time, it heats up. That's the only thing that keeps on is the glass furnace. So we don't have anyone here in the middle of the night, you know, typically. But sometimes we do events that run later, and there will be an artist in here. We've done like proms and stuff like that, so yeah. But the main reason that we keep the glass furnace on is just so that it doesn't cool down. Just so that by tomorrow morning when we all get here again to start the day over, everything's ready to go. Everything else that you see can pretty easily turn on and off and heat up and kind of ramp up to a temperature that we need. Same with like our annealers. They're on, you know, right now, but by the end of today, we probably will turn one of them off and it'll slowly cool down. Okay. So if you didn't hear, they're going to make one more top half of the goblet. So one more cup with that little Avolio, put it into the garage, and then we're going to start on the bottom half. So we'll see how they make that whole stem and add the foot on, and then we'll see how they actually attach it all together, and we end up with a finalized goblet. Something that's important to mention about goblets is that it is such a challenging act to stack all of these individual parts evenly and symmetrically. So we'll be able to see, you know, how much detail goes into making sure that everything aligns so that the goblet isn't lopsided or leaning in any way. What's that? You want to see one? Yeah. So you can look very closely right at the tip. I can't hand it to you, I'm sorry. Oh. And then it also has it on the foot, so you can see same color right on the foot there. So much different glass. A little bit different, just the color, but all of the glass that we use here is all the same formula. Yeah, design-wise, very different. No, not quite. I think we're leaning towards this style because that's a little too simple for what we're wanting to do. So I think we're going to go for something like this with the little stamps. They're little raspberries. They're really hard to see, but they're little tiny raspberries. Basically, they put a little piece of glass on there and they stamp it with this little stamp, and then I wish I could hand it to you, but so very tiny little raspberries that get stamped so this is what we call the optic ball. We'll talk about it once we start making the stem, but this is just a special color that we put in it that makes it different than the rest. And then we put it into a mold to give it that texture. Yeah, you'll be able to see it once we actually do it. I'll make sure to point it out, but yeah, they're very beautiful. Yeah, of course.
How do you add the color?
How do we add the color? I'm going to tell everyone about it. Thank you. So I just got a really awesome question that's really important for today and just in glass blowing in general. How do we add the color? So you might notice we added, this little color on the lip. We might add some color to the foot as well. We add color to our glass manually. So like I'd said, no color in our glass furnace. It's completely clear, so we have to go in and add the color ourselves. Usually it comes in, 3 different forms, basically. It can come in a bar, so a solid bar of color. It can come in a frit, which is basically this chunky, kind of rocky version of the glass. And then it's a lot more textured, I guess. And then there's powder, so bringing the glass right back down to what it was previously, basically sand. And we can dust that, we can sift it onto the surface of the glass. We can use it to give us, different texture, like our decanter over here. That might be, what we match it with. You might be able to notice that it has this kind of sandy texture on the outside. And so we used a powder, we dusted it on the surface, and then didn't allow it to melt all the way. So it actually has kind of this gritty texture. But we don't make any of our color, I'm going to put this over here. We don't make any of our color here at the museum. We get it from another company. There's many companies that make color. And color is made with metal oxides. So things that you find off the periodic table, put into glass, causes a chemical reaction of some sort and creates color. One of them is like, cobalt makes a cobalt blue. So that's how we make our color. So you might notice that we are getting closer to kind of getting ready to switch this onto our next pipe. But we're going in and adding those very small details that we were kind of just looking at on these goblets off to the side. And you can see him using that very small little stamp to stamp that color and create that little, impression into the glass. So it looks like, unlike the ones that we have on display here, there's a couple. We are doing it with just the one instead of 3 on all sides. We're doing these ones. I think this is probably the most accurate to the ones that we're going to be calling our final product, I think. So you can see the difference in this one. The optic ball doesn't have that color in it anymore, and there's only the one that has the, stamp. But same lip wrap with the color and the same on the foot, but a little bit different. Same but different. So I do believe it is like I think it is just a black. It has a little bit of a redness to it, but I don't know if that's just the lighting. But it looks very true black to me. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and rotate onto that new pipe so that we can start to open it up, finish off this cup, and then we're going to start on the second half of the goblet, which is going to be that whole stem and the foot, and then attaching what we have previously made and prepped that's been waiting in the garage. Also, we did mention when we first started up that we have an artist renting the bench over here. So Levi's over here renting this side of the hot shop. And he's working on some testers for a project that he'll be doing sometime later in June. That's a good question. I don't think I have an answer for it. How much glass do we make each year here? Or how much glass do we use, or how many things do we make? How many things do we make? I think it really depends, because oftentimes, if you think about it, we're here 5 days a week and we're working for, 8 hours, almost 8 hours a day. And it depends if we're making really big stuff, right? Sometimes we make really huge sculptures, and those can take, hours, versus these goblets maybe take us, 30 minutes each. Hundreds. So my answer is hundreds of things a year. Lots and lots of stuff. Probably almost thousands. So if you had missed it previously, we're coming in with that color that we're going to add to the lip of our cup. So you can see how we attach that very carefully, and then we create this very thin line of color just right on that lip line of the cup. So it's going to be a little bit abstract to explain to you, because I don't have good examples, but I will do my best. Previously, Levi came in and made these very large blown cylinders. So you can imagine this very long, big cylinder that we made in a mold, so that they would all turn out like the exact same. What we then do is we put them into these annealers after they've been cut in a specific way, so that they can then flatten out and become flat sheets of glass. So they go from being cylinders to flat sheets by kind of reheating them after they've been cut. So we kind of cut the top and the bottom off and down the center, so that they actually lay flat as they slowly melt back down. Does that make sense? Because we cannot imagine this. If we're making things on poles, on pipes, how are we expected to make a flat, two-dimensional sheet? Yeah, so it makes it very challenging to make something that's flat, first of all, and then second of all, glass does not like to be very geometric, right? It's fluent, it likes to flow, it likes to take these very organic shapes. So trying to make it square, rectangular, Yes, yeah, it's also how they used to make windows. So they'd make these big... Yeah, they used to make these big cylinders and then just cut them in a certain way that then when they would heat up, they would lay flat. So in the gallery, Nancy's... Yes, those are all done via this process. Oh, yeah, that's a great question. So what's the difference between cane and the bars, the solid bars of glass that I talked about? Cane is much thinner, and actually he's using cane today. So what you're seeing Levi do is actually make these cane patterns and then do something called a roll-up, where we roll it onto the glass to create those stripes that you were seeing. So it's basically the act of attaching the glass to two separate pipes and then stretching it. So we stretch it across the entire hot shop. We lay it down onto these wooden ladders. It rapidly cools, and creates these thin rods. And you can see he's kind of using them and cutting them up into, 5-6 inch pieces right now. And then he uses those to create those patterns in the glass. Yeah, so it kind of is like a tool, though. It's a tool for us to create, patterns and cool shapes in our glass. But yeah, he's using it today to actually mimic candy. So he's testing it out to see if he can make these big, like what look like pieces of candy. And then eventually in June, he'll be actually working on the finalized idea project. Today's kind of like a tester, like seeing if it'll all work out. If the colors are good, if they need to be different, if things need to be altered. But yeah, so he's working with Kane today. Color bars are much thicker. They come they're about this thick, and they're pretty long, but not nearly as long as we can get a piece of cane, because we can get it to stretch, really thin and super long. We're talking 7-8 feet long, so. That's fine. Don't even worry about it. Extremely. Yeah, so everybody that you see here is very experienced. I oftentimes think of the Museum of Glass as kind of like where the top dogs kind of blow glass. Our glass blowers here at the museum most of them have been here since we opened, which is, almost 23 years now. I think we celebrate our 23-year anniversary very soon. And then most of them have, almost 30 plus years of glass experience. So, yeah, it takes quite a lot of, practice to be able to be this good at what they do and make it look so easy, right? They make it look like you could go down there and do this. And the ball. So the optic ball is made by putting the glass into what we call an optic mold. It's basically this, this circular mold that we put the glass into, and it makes it get these ridges or, different shapes on the outside, and then we can twist it and we can shape it a little bit different. If you look close enough, you can see some of them sitting right in front of the glory hole. They're really small little, molds down on the floor, and that's what we use. They go inside of that mold, blow a little bit of air into the glass so that it actually takes shape of the mold, and then he further shapes it into a ball, into that round sphere. We are now adding the foot. This is definitely one of the coolest parts to watch as we blow this bubble, and then we'll cut it away from the pipe. Next time when he comes back to the bench, you'll see him kind of separate it into two pieces, and one of those pieces will actually get knocked off, will get broken off, so that he can access the inside of that bubble and open the foot up and flatten it into basically like a little plate almost for, the bottom of the goblet. So here we go, separating them into two different pieces and then knocking it off. And you can see how just like that, hitting it allows it to just kind of break off. As long as he's holding it at that point where he wants it to break, the glass will very easily come off. And then he's going to come back to the bench and he's going to start to fan open that glass and create the foot of the goblet. So if you're just joining us and you're maybe a little confused what we're working on these beautiful goblets for our annual auction that we do every year for Red Hot. We make about 50 of these goblets, and of course we make a lot more, but 50 of them go on sale, and they get auctioned off, and we've been prototyping to make sure that we get the right design that we like. So that's what you're going to see today. We're making the bottom half, so the stem right now, and then we're going to actually attach the cup in a moment here. So we just went ahead and added the color onto the rim of the foot that we kind of were seeing on the goblets over here. So a very thin line of color, just like how we did for the top of the cup previously. I want to point out, you may have noticed Levi over here just went into this kind of like cabinet almost. And that's where we have those color bars stored. So those color bars are in there preheating, basically getting to a stable temperature where we can then start to put them into the 2,000 plus degree furnace. And when he comes out this next time, you'll be able to see that color bar on the end of his pipe here. So you can see how we have that solid chunk of color that we've added, and he's now going to start to heat it up to be able to use it. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more of a clear picture kind of idea of how we use this solid color. He'll actually heat it up enough that it could be, dropped or dripped onto the surface of something. Or it could even be used in the way that we're using it for our goblets, where it could actually be like kind of drawn onto the surface. But you'll see in the center we have that foot all fanned out, so the glass has been opened. It previously was kind of like a closed bubble, and we've opened it up by using our metal jacks, is what we call them. And now he's using a paddle to just kind of flatten it off, make sure that it's fully even and will be able to sit properly on a flat surface. We're going to get ready to rotate onto that new pipe. So this is when things start to kind of happen pretty quick. We're going to switch this over to our new pipe and then get ready to attach our glass. And then we'll be able to see a finished look at a fully, put together goblet once we have all those pieces attached to one another. So here we go, attaching that new pipe onto the bottom of the foot. Once the two have a solid connection, he's going to get ready to break it off of the pipe. You can see how it's simply just kind of grabbing at that point where we want it to break, and then tapping that pipe, sending those vibrations through, encouraging it to break off at that location. Sometimes we'll add actually a little bit of water, and that creates some small cracks in the surface of the glass, further encouraging it to break at that location. So this is when some small adjustments can be made to make sure that everything kind of falls on the same center line. Because again, we don't want like a leaning goblet. We don't want our goblet to be lopsided. So it's definitely challenging to make sure that everything lines up properly. All right, so we're going to grab a little bit of glass out of our glass furnace. This is going to kind of act as almost like a glue. So we're going to attach it onto the optic ball of our stem. And it's going to just be a small little amount as we then attach the cup, the top half of the goblet, on to the rest of the stem. And would you look at that? We have a fully pieced together goblet finally kind of put together, and we can get a really good look at it. So after some final adjustments, making sure that everything is satisfactory and we're happy with it, and making sure that all the connections are, solid between the two that we have just brought together, Our glass blowers will get ready to break it off of the pipe and put it into the annealer. So we remember me talking a little bit about this annealer. For those of you that weren't here, this is where we put the glass to slowly cool down. So it cannot cool down in this environment. It is not safe for it. And it'll cause the glass to break and crack if we don't properly cool it. So we put it into this big black box where it slowly cools down over a long period of time. So a little bit of water, you can see, creating those small cracks in the glass where we want it to break off, tapping it, and off it goes to the annealer. Let's give our glass blowers a round of applause. So voila, we'll be working on some more. If you want to hang out and watch the process, if you maybe missed the first half, we'll be starting on another one shortly. So you can see that we are starting to work on a glass, like the cup part of the goblet. So this is kind of the top half of the goblet. We usually prep them, so we make, a few of the cup of the goblet, and we put it into this garage, this big silver box, and we let it sit in there until we're ready for it. So it'll rest in there until we make the rest of the goblet. But I'll let you kind of enjoy the process of us making this top half of our goblet. So for those of you joining us more recently, we're working on our goblets for our annual auction that we do every year for Red Hot. So this is an auction that we do sometime in like mid to late September. We will make 50 of these goblets that go on auction alongside their, matching decanter. So we've been prototyping. You can actually come and get a closer look at all of the different goblets that we've kind of thought of and prototyped for this event that is coming up in September. But I do believe that we're getting close to a finalized design. So that's what we're working on today. We've been making the cup, so you can see we actually just finished it. This is the top half of the goblet. And then we end up making the bottom half separately and attach the cup on. So we kind of prep the cup of it so that we can then kind of put the whole thing together a little bit easier, it's just a little bit of a safer way to do it without more risk of anything breaking. So we'll either start on another cup in a moment here, or we'll be starting on the stem. So we'll have to just see which direction we go in. But otherwise, come and get a closer look at these goblets. They definitely have lots of little details that you can't quite see until you're actually up close to them. Like the color that we've been adding to the rim of the cup and then also onto the foot. Just certain details that are a little bit challenging to see from further away. So it does look like we are prepping another cup of our goblet. So we're going to be creating just the top half of the goblet and then putting it into what we call the garage. So this is the big silver box in the middle of our hot shop. Oh. Never mind, I don't know what we're doing anymore. But I'm pretty sure that... Oh, okay. Crazy. Anyway, we're going to be moving on probably to another cup in a moment here. And so we basically prep them in advance and then put them into the garage to basically store them until we're ready to use them. So it's just a convenient way for us to have our glass in an environment that is safe for it, where it's not going to get too cold, not going to get too hot, and allows us to just kind of pull it out when we're ready to use it. Like once we are ready to attach the two separate pieces, we can bring the cup out and go ahead and finish a goblet. So you can see a little bit of glass on the end of a blowpipe here. So this is a pipe that has a hollow space running all the way through it, which allows the glass blower to add his own breath into the glass. You can see that bubble start to form in a second here. And it inflates the glass and allows us to actually expand it and make it larger by blowing the air into it. So you can see as we blow that air into it, it starts to inflate the glass. So you'll see this time as we sit down at the bench that he has actually stretched the glass out quite a bit, kind of elongating it, so that we can get it into more of this almost like champagne flute style, a lot more long and thin versus the ones over here that definitely kind of are more like bowl-ish, like they kind of come out a little wider. On the other side of our hot shop, we have Levi here, who's actually renting out that bench in our hot shop today. He's working on some color testing for a project that he'll be doing in June. So he's making a bunch of these blown glass pieces that are meant to look like pieces of candy. So you might see every once in a while kind of a glimpse at these really cool striped pieces of glass that are meant to mimic these round pieces of candy over off to the side there. We're adding on a little bit of glass to the end of our cup of our goblet now. This is to create basically the kind of joint piece between the cup and the stem of the goblet. This is what we call the avolio. It's kind of almost this, it looks almost like a little dumbbell shape, but it's this little joint piece between the cup and the stem. That's what we're forming right now by going in with our jacks. This is the metal tool that he's using. And the other glass blower was using a wooden paddle to help flatten the glass as well. Meanwhile, we've been heating up the color that we're using for this goblet. This is very dark. I'm pretty sure it is a black color. That we're adding a small little detail onto the surface of the goblet with. So you can see adding a very small dot of that glass and then going in with this stamp to create a impression, this print in the glass. Again, you can come and see it a little bit closer. It's like a little raspberry, I think is what it is, that's being stamped into the color that we added on. Now that we have added the avolio onto our cup of our goblet, and we've also added any details that we want, we're going to go ahead and switch onto a new pipe. So we're going to actually rotate our cup so that we can access where it has an opening. So we can actually kind of fan it out, spread open the actual lip line and the mouth of the goblet. So you can see we're attaching that new pipe now, and then we're going to go ahead and tap it off of the original pipe. Since we were previously on a blowpipe, we have access to the inside of the glass. So we're going to be able to actually open it up and be able to access where you would pour, your liquid into the goblet. So here comes the part where we start to prep and open up the mouth of the cup for the goblet. You can see that he just kind of pulled away some of that glass and is now going in and trimming it with the shears. These are basically special scissors that we can use to cut the glass. Now that it's been trimmed, we're going to get ready to come in with that secondary kind of color that we're using and apply it to the lip line. Yeah, and we're also getting a really cool angle right now of the other bench off to the side and those candy-inspired pieces that I was talking about. So you can see that round, stripy piece of candy, and it really does look like candy. Again, he's making these as kind of like a tester to just see if the colors turn out the way he's hoping they do. And then this will actually become a project that he continues to work on in June. All right, so here comes the part where we're going to get ready to start opening up the cup of our goblet. So he's blown a little bit more air back into the top half of the cup. He uses a tool called a sophietta to do this, and he's able to actually blow his own breath back into the cup, even though we've disconnected from our blowpipe. So it allows us to kind of puff a little bit more air into the glass, kind of re-inflate it up towards the top. And now he's going to go in with these jacks. This is like one of our most important tools in glass blowing. We use these pretty frequently. And it's allowing him to actually go from the inside of the cup and start to fan it and push it open. So this cup is what we would call finished for now. We're going to get ready to break it off and put it into this garage. Again, I had talked about how this is kind of where we store things. We put things in here that we're going to need a little later on. So we'll need our top half of our goblet, the cup that we're making right now, later, once we have made the bottom half of our goblet to then attach it on. So you can think of it as our way of like prepping. So it's been broken off, and it's going to go into the garage safe and sound, where we will then later on grab it to use it on our goblet. All right, so we are starting on a stem. You will notice that he went ahead and just put the glass into this mold that we have sitting on the floor. This has created a pattern and texture on the surface of the glass. So if you look close enough, you should be able to see that the glass now has this patterning to it. And that's so that we can create what we call the optic ball. So it's this kind of centerpiece of our stem, and it has this intricate texturing kind of pattern on the surface of it. So that's what he's accomplishing now. He's actually turned it into that circle. It's blown into to inflate it as well. we're getting a really good look at it. And you can see all that kind of texture pattern on that big screen. But this is when we're going to continue adding to create the rest of our stem. So we're going to add just a little bit of glass to create the last part of the stem, and then we're going to get ready to actually attach the foot onto our stem of our goblet. So here at the center bench, we are preparing the stem to have the foot be added. Meanwhile, one of our other glass blowers is prepping the foot. So you can see he has some glass on the end of a blowpipe, getting some air into it, creating that bubble in the glass. He's going to do a little bit of shaping to it so that it's ready to be attached onto the stem. And it'll basically be like we drop this bubble onto the stem and then actually trim it away, and eventually it'll get opened up, just how we did previously with the cup of the goblet. So here we go, adding that bubble. He's now going to separate this bubble into two parts, and the kind of front half of it is actually going to get broken off. And this is so that we can actually access the inside of this bubble so that it can be fanned open. So you can see how he just knocks it right off, and then we're able to actually get inside of the glass into that hollow space that we created. So again, using those jacks and starting to apply that pressure from the inside of that bubble. And this allows it to start to be opened and kind of fanned outwards. Before we get too far, we're actually going to come in with the color that we're using again. And we're going to add a very thin strip of this color onto the foot, just how we kind of did for the cup. So both the lip of the cup and the bottom of the foot have this black kind of rimming on it. So you may have noticed that One of our other glass blowers came over with a wooden paddle to actually help flatten the foot of the goblet, just to make sure that when we do rest it on a flat surface, you know, like the podium or on a table, it'll actually rest evenly and it won't be kind of wobbly or a little lopsided. So this is when things move a little bit quicker, because all we have left to do is to switch what pipe we're on so that we have access to the other side of our goblet, and then go ahead and get ready to attach the top half, the cup of our goblet that we had previously made and stored in our garage. So here we go, attaching that new pipe, and we're going to go ahead and break off of our original one. And now we just have to kind of add a little bit of glass so that we can actually almost glue on the top half, the cup of the goblet. So we'll get a little bit of hot glass, and that'll act as what sticks the two together. So here we come over with a little bit of glass on the end of a pipe to attach it onto our optic ball. Again, the smallest amount, just so that we can use it as a way to glue the two together. And now we are getting a final look at a finished goblet. So everything has been put together, stacked upon each other. All that's going to be happening is a little bit of just adjusting, making sure that everything is centered and even. And then we're going to go ahead and put it away into our annealer. Again, the annealers are where we store our glass to slowly cool down in a controlled environment so that it won't crack or break. And usually this is a overnight process, about 12 hours. It'll be inside of that annealer, slowly cooling down. So a little bit of water to that connection point, creating some small cracks in the glass. And then we're going to go ahead, tip it upside down, get ready to tap it off. And away it goes into the annealer. So there you have it. There's a finished goblet. We'll be continuing to make them for the rest of the day. So thank you so much for coming in. Welcome into our hot shop, everybody. We're doing a pretty relaxed day. We're making goblets for our annual goblet auction that we do with Red Hot. So this one here is actually identical to the ones that we're working on today and is most likely going to be our kind of finalized design. But you can also see all of our little prototypes on both podiums that we've been making for the past few months, trying to test out which ones we were happy with. But you came in at a great time. We are just getting started on our next one. So we're making the top half, what we would call just the cup of the goblet. And then we'll put it away into what we call the garage, where it will rest and hang out until we're ready for it, because then we'll make the bottom half, which is the stem. Yeah, so we kind of prep certain parts of it and store it away until we're ready for it. But you can see we've already got that kind of cup shape started, and we're starting to add some of those details to it. So if you have any questions, let me know, but I will let you kind of enjoy the detail, the small, minuscule details that go into making a beautiful goblet. So in the center here, you might notice that we're doing something a little bit different than we were previously. That's because we're starting on one of the stems for the cups that we have made and put into the garage. So this is the optic ball. We added a patterning, kind of this texture on the outside by putting it into this optic mold that sits down on the floor. And this is the start of our stem. So this is how we start the stem of our goblet. So we added a little bit of glass onto the end of our optic ball to lengthen our stem of our goblet. And we're going to get ready to attach the foot on now. So one of our other glass blowers is getting some glass on the end of a pipe. This is a blow pipe so that we can actually blow some air into it. And you'll see that he's going to create a bubble that he will bring over and attach onto the stem. So this bubble that you see is what's going to become the foot of the goblet. He's going to separate it into two parts now. And the front part is going to actually be broken off. So you'll see he's going to kind of grab hold of it, and then we're going to tap it off. This allows us to now have kind of access into that hollow space of that bubble, and we'll give him the ability to fan it open and create the flat foot of the stem. So now that we have finished the foot of our goblet, we're going to get ready to go ahead and switch it onto a new pipe. And then we'll be ready to actually attach the top half of the goblet that we already have pre-made and ready to go in our garage. So this is the moment when everything kind of comes together all into one finished goblet. So you'll see we're attaching that new pipe now. This is so that we can have access to the other side where we will be attaching that cup. All right, so we're going to use a little bit of clear glass to actually act as kind of the glue to attach our cup that we previously made onto the rest of our goblet. So this is when we get a finalized look at the whole thing put together. You can see all of those different elements that we created individually now coming together. Some little final touches will be done, just making sure that everything looks nice and centered. We don't have a kind of lopsided or leaning goblet. And then we're going to actually break it off and put it away into our annealer where it will slowly cool down over like a 12-hour period of time, so overnight usually. Little bit of water to that connection point to crack the surface of the glass, and then getting ready to go ahead and tap it off to be put away. So there's another goblet finished. A little round of applause for our glass blowers. So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome into our hot shop. We are working on some goblets for our annual Red Hot goblet auction that we do in September. So you can see on the podiums we have lots of our prototypes that we have previously made. But we are specifically working on some that are over here, actually. So if you want to get a look at what that finished goblet would look like once it's been cooled down, these are actually the closest we have to the ones that are being finished today. I do believe that we have 2 more cups pre-made in here, so we're going to be starting on another stem and attaching the cup like we just did in just a moment here. So if you'd like to stick around, see the process of the goblet being put together, then stay. And if you have any questions, let me know. I'll also mention that off to the side here, we have a glassblower who's renting this bench in our hot shop. So Levi is actually sitting at the bench. He's renting the hot shop to be able to accomplish his own solo work. Right now he's making these pitchers, kind of like decanters almost, that are all being made from a mold. So you can see that they're working in what we would call kind of a production style, where when he's finishing one, his teammate is starting on the next one, and they kind of work in this cycle together. So you can see them kind of getting to work, kind of making the same thing over and over, kind of getting the same copy by using a mold to actually achieve kind of clones of these glass pieces. Meanwhile, we have our glass blowers getting started on the next goblet. So we're going to see the stem getting made. The top half of our goblets, so the cup of our goblet, has already been pre-made and was put into our garage. It makes it a lot easier if we already have half of it made and ready to go, because then we can just kind of take it out of the garage and attach it on. The garage is what I like to also call the waiting room for the glass. It allows it to be kept at a stable temperature where it's not getting too cold that it could crack in any way. And it's not too hot, so it's not going to take on a new shape or start to become more like molten liquid again. So we have some things hanging out, waiting in here for us to be ready for them. And meanwhile, we're going to be working on the stem. So you might notice that the glass has this texture to it. It has this pattern on the outside. That's because we just put it into a optic mold. So this creates this patterning and this texture. Again, you can get a really nice close look at it on our example goblets down here on the podium if you want to know kind of how that optic ball, as we call it, turns out in the end with that texturing on it. But he's made it into this round blown sphere. And this is what is kind of the beginning of our stem. This is how we start the stem of our goblet. So from here, we're going to add a little bit of glass just to lengthen the stem. And then we're also going to add the foot onto the stem as well. So you can see exactly where that foot gets placed and then kind of fanned outwards. The other thing that I will mention now is that the glass that we're working with today for our goblets is completely clear. So we're working with clear glass, and we're only adding certain elements of color. So we're adding a little bit of color to the rim of the cup of the goblet. We're adding a small little kind of embellishment on the outside of the cup, and then another small line of color on the foot. So very simplistic color design. But we also, wanted the goblet to kind of speak for itself and all of its kind of delicate nature, very dainty. And you can just see all those little pieces kind of brought together, even though there's maybe not a ton of color to accentuate anything. We decided to go with a mostly clear design. So you can see we're adding that foot now. We kind of attach this bubble onto the bottom of our stem. What he's going to do is then separate this bubble into two separate pieces. And one of those pieces is actually going to get broken and knocked off of the glass of the stem. And this is so that we can actually get access to the inside of that bubble, so that we have a small opening to be able to fan it open and create the foot. So you'll see it now. Here he goes, separating it into two different parts, and then getting ready to go ahead and break it off. So it's really hard to see right now, but there's a small little hole that has now been left on the end of that bubble so that we can get to the inside of it and be able to fan it open. before we can start to open up that bubble and create the foot, we actually have to add that small rim of color that I was talking about. So one of our other glass blowers will come over with the color shortly here and attach it to create that small detail on the foot of the goblet. So you can see how thin we're trying to make sure that that line of color is. Again, if you come and get a closer look, you can see on these examples that we've finished just how thin we are trying to get that kind of detail on that foot of the glass, because we want it to match the rim of the cup. So we want these to be very similar. All right, so now that we have the color, you're going to start to see him apply that pressure from the inside of the bubble and begin to fan it outwards and open. So he's going to take this metal tool that we call the jacks, again, from the inside, applying that pressure and starting to push the glass out. And you can see just how quickly it starts to move and can be manipulated when it's hot versus when it starts to cool down, how challenging it is to get it to really do anything. This is important because it's part of the reason why we have to keep the glass hot. That's part of the reason why he kind of has to jump back and forth between his working bench and the hot reheating chamber. We want to be able to continuously heat the glass back up to be able to work with it, because if it cools too quickly or rapidly, it'll actually cause it to crack and break. And we don't want a broken goblet. We would like it if it would be finished. All right, so this is when things get a little bit exciting, because we're going to go ahead and transition our stem onto a new pipe so that we can actually expose the other side of the stem and be ready to attach our cup that we already have made and ready to go in our garage. So we're creating a new pipe for it to get put onto. This is what we call the punty. So you'll see we're going to attach that new pipe, that punty, onto the bottom of the foot, and we're going to get ready to tap the stem off of our original pipe. So since everything is very delicate and pretty thin, very, very subtle motions is how we can get glass off of our pipe. Oftentimes just sending that vibration through the pipe is what causes it to actually break off. But with larger pieces, we will also use a little bit of water, and that'll create some cracks in the surface of the glass and encourage it to break in a specific location even more. Now that we have rotated our stem, we're ready to go ahead and attach our cup. So we're going to bring in just a little bit of clear glass to act as kind of a glue. So it's going to be what allows us to stick our top half of our goblet, our cup, onto the rest of it. So it's what's going to allow them to adhere to each other. So here we come with just a little bit of glass, and then we have our cup following right behind it to be attached onto our stem. And this is when we get a final look at the entire goblet that has been pieced together. Some very small kind of, I guess, fixing will happen, making sure that everything is centered and aligned. And then we will actually be putting the goblet away into our annealer, this big black box on the side of the hot shop, to slowly cool down over a long period of time. So for us, it'll probably be overnight, about 12 hours. It'll slowly cool down from about 1,950 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will see these goblets hopefully sometime tomorrow morning. So like I'd mentioned, a little bit of water to crack that glass, to weaken it and be ready to be broken off. And then we're going to tap it off and take it away. Let's give our glass blowers a round of applause. Alrighty, so if you want to see the process one last time, we do have one final cup in our garage ready to go. So we will be doing one last goblet, and then I think we're going to be moving on to a different project for the rest of the day. Hello, if you're just joining us, welcome into our hot shop. We're working on goblets today. That's what we've been working on. Goblets for our annual Red Hot auction that we do every year in the month of September. And so we've been prototyping quite a lot, trying to figure out what we want our goblet to look like this year. So you can see some of our prototypes down here as well as on the other podium. But what we're doing is we're just finishing up, I think, our last goblet of the day. We have the top half, like the cup, already ready to go in our garage. And so we're just working on the stem, finishing it off. We just did the foot of the stem. So we're going to be getting ready to switch it onto a new pipe and attach the cup of the goblet and be finished with another one. So you can see how he took that bubble that we had added and kind of fanned it open. We also added that small detail of that color onto the outside rim. Similar to how we did with the cup, it has this kind of black rim on the top. We did the same for the foot. But yeah, so we're going to be getting close to finishing another goblet for today. You can see this is going to be the pipe that we switch onto. This is what we call the punty. And this will get attached onto the bottom of the foot to expose the opposite end of the glass where we can attach the cup onto. So you see we've attached that pipe. We're going to get ready to break off of our original one. And now we have the other side of our stem exposed. This is where we're going to add a little bit of glass to act as almost like a glue to attach the cup onto it. So it's the way that we kind of create that stickiness and create a way for them to be stuck together by heating it up and then adding a little bit of that glass so that we can attach our cup that we're getting ready in our garage. So here we go, adding a little bit of glass onto our stem and then coming in right after with our cup and attaching it on. So we can now finally get a finished look at one of our goblets. So all those parts being brought together. We're going to do a little bit of last minute kind of touch-ups just to make sure everything's centered as much as it possibly can be. And then we will call it finished and put it away into our annealer to safely cool down to room temperature. So sometime tomorrow, we will be able to see our goblets kind of out, just like these ones here on the podium. So a little bit of water to that connection point, creating some small cracks in the surface of the glass, and then getting ready to tap it off and put it away. So there's our, I think our last goblet of the day all finished. Let's give them a little round of applause. So we will be starting on something else, I think, shortly here. I'm not too sure what we're going to start on, but as soon as I know, I will let you know. But we'll go ahead and let it cycle through some other things. I also want to remind everybody, if you haven't checked out our galleries yet, this is a good time to do it. We have some really amazing stuff up in our gallery right now. And also, don't forget to go check out the gift shop on your way out, too, because lots of the stuff that is in our gift shop is actually made here in our hot shop by our glassblowers. All right, so for the kind of last leg of the day, we're all done making our goblets that we just finished up. So we're going to be kind of staying in a similar vein of glass blowing. We're going to be making some stemless wine glasses. There's a potential that we'll use a mold because there is a mold that one of our glass blowers has and has thought about using, but we might not. So we'll have to just kind of see. We're all going to be in for a little bit of fun, seeing how they, kind of go about making these stemless wine glasses. So I'll let everybody just kind of enjoy. If you have any questions that come up that you want answered, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to kind of just hang around, let you guys watch. So if you're just joining us now for the last kind of leg of our day, we've moved on from our goblets. We finished off all of the goblets that we had the cups prepped for. So we are now working on some stemless wine glasses. So you'll be able to see kind of a similar vein of glass blowing to the goblet, a different kind of cup that we've been working on. So we're working on just blowing this clear glass now. He's going to add a little bit of a color kind of detail to the outside that you'll be able to see shortly as well. And then kind of just watching the process of how we shape the glass with our different tools and get ready for it to be turned into that, that stemless wine glass shape. So you'll see that one of our glass blowers has a little bit of this color on the end of his pipe, and he's going to bring it over, and the other glass blower is going to kind of control where that color travels on the outside of the glass, creating a design and kind of a pattern on the outside of the wine glass, which at the moment will look kind of condensed, but as the glass stretches from being blown, we'll see a little bit of a difference in how that pattern turns out. So you can see how by properly heating it and getting it nice and hot, we're able to blow that air into it and inflate it pretty quickly. So it goes from, you know, this very kind of long cylinder shape to blowing into almost a perfect sphere. And what's going to happen now is he's going to go in and continue to kind of shape out, kind of flesh out that shape of the wine glass. You'll also notice that we've created what we call a jack line. This is also like a neckline of the cup. It's a purposeful weak spot in the glass where eventually we will be able to break it off of the pipe from. You'll also notice that he's starting to go in and kind of flatten off the bottom of the wine glass, trying to make sure that there is a flat surface where it will be able to rest on a table. Because, of course, if it were completely rounded, it would not be able to sit properly. So now that we have blown into the wine glass as much as we need to, we've kind of shaped it, and we've created that flat bottom, we're going to come in with a secondary pipe, what we call the punty, and we will be attaching it onto the end of it to rotate and switch off. So we're going to be breaking off of the original pipe that we're on. This will give us access to the other side of the wine glass and allow us to start shaping the opening and the actual mouth of the glass. All right, so we're going to go ahead and attach that new pipe onto the bottom of our glass. Once we have a secure connection between the two, we're going to get ready to go ahead and break off. So you can see we're using that jack line that we created earlier as the location where we break off from because it was already weakened. And then all he did was actually send some vibration through the pipe by tapping it. And that vibration is then what encouraged the glass to break. So now that we have the opposite side of the glass exposed, you'll notice that he's going in with these tweezers, kind of pinching at that opening, actually separating the glass away. And then it's going to be able to go in with the shears and actually trim that excess glass off. He's now going to heat up that front half pretty nice and hot so that we can actually go in and kind of open up the mouth of the wine glass. All right, so it looks like our wine glass is just about finished. Some final little touches are going to happen, but overall, he's going to go ahead and get it ready to be broken off of its pipe and put away into our annealer, again, so that it can slowly cool down over a longer period of time, so that we can see our finished piece tomorrow. But we can get some final looks at this wine glass as he gets ready to add that water and then tap it off to be picked up and put away.